And hello, very good evening. Good evening to Andrew. Hope you are well on this Sunday evening. We're live at 5 p.m. Back to Sunday after a couple of weeks away. World Cup's all over now, so back to a little bit of normality. And I think Sunday for the foreseeable future as well, as far as I can see in terms of the calendar. Anyway, nothing really planned. So hopefully we'll be back to normal. Hope everybody is well. Hope you're well, Andrew, and we're all ready and raring to go. Let's get going. And good evening to Pete as well. Hope you are well and ready and raring to go. We've had a little bit of rain here today. First time I've seen rain and it feels like weeks and weeks and weeks, but it's still been quite on the warm side. We're still able to sit outside for Sunday lunch, so all was good in that respect. Good evening to Oscar as well. So what's in store today? A very special stream today as we take a first look at the new PC modded timetable from OTS Josh, focused once more on the 2019 era and this time on the very busy Crewe to Birmingham route. Plenty of that today and I'm sure in the coming weeks too. Massive thank you to Josh for allowing us to showcase this. But firstly, with the release of Thames Valley, we'll use the route hopping feature and go from Windsor to Slough and then change trains to Paddington. So it'll be a Class 165 followed by a Class 166. Champion's choice from Dom, and after that we'll move on to the new timetable. Firstly, a flowing silk livery Pendolino from Birmingham New Street to Crewe. We'll take in a Class 170 from Wolves to Birmingham New Street. And then to finish, some rail tour action with a Class 87 from Crewe to Stafford. Good evening to Maystays, good evening Asa, good evening to Brian and Pete. Yeah, we could do with some rain. The mountain by us has been on fire for a week now, got very close. Oh, crikey, yeah, no, yeah, definitely right. It has got so dry and I mean really just the few drops of rain we've had today haven't been enough. But yes, we definitely need some more. It certainly is, Oscar. Yes, indeed. That's part of the all new Crewe to Birmingham timetable, which Josh has very kindly given us a little bit of early access to. You might have seen it if you've been watching Train Sim TV. Tom has shown it a couple of times, so but it's not quite ready for release yet, but very much looking forward to having a look at that a bit later on. And we're going to start off though with Thames Valley to begin with. Yeah, it's all set in Oscars. It's continuing in the 2019 era, actually, the timetable. Of course, it's that virgin flowing silk, and that was the kind of the transition era, really. The last few months, the timetable was set when, of course, Virgin Trains, the back end of 2019, moved over to Avanti West Coast, and it's carrying on that tradition that Josh has started with the West Coast Mainline South 2019 timetable, and he carried on with Birmingham Cross City, and now another one. Yeah, definitely has he. Yeah. He's. I can already say he's done a fantastic job, and I've not really had a chance to have a real proper look at it, but it really is good. Yeah, steam trains. Yeah, not surprised. Yeah, it's such a bit of a fire hazard as well. Scooby watching. Good evening, Scooby. Watching and eating. Evening, everyone. Have you having something nice there, Scoob? And how amazed was the Sarah Siddons? I saw a couple of pictures that you put up, and it looked amazing, but I would imagine it was even better actually going on it for the very first time. Buses at Down Mill Road, Oscar. Yeah, it looked. Chicken dinner is a winner. Yeah, you can't go wrong. I've had a bit of a chicken dinner actually, as always, on a Sunday. Yeah, I have a. I did wonder actually. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I'd kind of read the stuff on the website, and I wasn't sure if you're doing Amersham to Watford and back, or Amersham to Harrow on the Hill and back, which is a little bit longer. I bet even then, though, I bet you're almost kind of wishing he could go on a little bit longer and carry on with it. Excellent. Okay, so the 38 stop with him running to Watford, and then the Sarah Siddons. Wow, took about a bit of heritage going on there with those two runs. I bet that was absolutely incredible. I bet there was a real lovely atmosphere in and around Amersham. Flight line 703 goes Heathrow Terminal 5. Chicken macaroni for you tonight, Pete. Right, excellent. Went too quick, it's packed out. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Because I think, as far as I'm aware, it's I don't think has it not been running for quite a while, so I think there's obviously even more interest. Yeah, wow, yeah. Being on Sarah Siddons and passing the 38 stop twice, that's incredible. Oh, I didn't realise actually. I've picked. Oh no, I think it's got a tick bite because I practiced it earlier on. So that was what it was. I was just making sure that there was a connected service. So we're going to start off Windsor and Eton Central to Slough. The London line 702. Right. Okay. But quite nice, comfy seats as well on the. I know it's basically the old EMU third rail Mark 1 stop, really, isn't it? Part of the set that they use. I was having a look at TradeSim Classic, and I have got Sarah Siddons, but I need to download another pack and then there isn't kind of an existing scenario. It needs kind of setting up, but definitely feels as though it's something that's worth doing. Let's get everything set up here. Little cab window open as well, with it being a hot day. Yeah, still loving that view of Windsor Castle in the background. Old school springy seats, bouncy, bouncy. Yeah, absolutely. And I remember those on the 310s in particular, and the 304s as well. They were both, probably the 304 more than anything, because the bogey wise they were a little bit rough riding sometimes. Good to see plenty of passengers working with this as well. It's really busy. That's quite funky looking shirts there. House price going down. Train stock rises again. Oh, there you go. Well, that's obviously Haribo's. You can tell by the labels. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's kind of feels as though a little bit that's not exactly forgotten about, but it's been slightly off the radar, hasn't it? I'd almost forgotten that was coming out. Yeah, I think there is, Pete, to be honest. I think you certainly get the sounds, and yeah, I think there are planes in the vicinity. Yeah, we are indeed. Yeah, so we're going to take advantage of the route hopping. So we're not going to quit the game when we get to Slough. We'll go straight on to our service to Paddington. I am really enjoying this this add-on. I mean, it's short, obviously, but there is plenty to it. It's quite interesting. This is obviously the shortest of the branches because you know, we're only even here we're only 2 miles, just over 2 miles to our destination in Slough. I know Josh has been busy at work in terms of creating the timetable that will be seen a bit later on, and I think he's busy as well with route building for Just Trains as well, and timetable building for Just Trains. So hopefully he'll be on to talk us through his route a little bit later on. I think the Crewe Birmingham route, not only will we get a chance to have a look at it today, but we're only really scratching the surface. There are just so many services and variations available, so I think we'll be doing a lot more of it next week. This will just be kind of like a first look at it, really. Yeah, I think. I mean, it's kind of, we're at that stage where it's educated guesswork, isn't it? I mean, there's going to be no roadmap for August. I think we expected that, and we're now just under a month away till Dovetail Direct. So it's kind of like what's coming out before then. We know Tadami Lime is coming out now. That's got a release date, but I'm not going to rush out and buy that. I might pick it up in a sale sometime, but I can't quite get too excited personally about that. But then it's hopefully the Class 70 and the North London line, Malbay line extension, and again it's, you know, it's kind of guesswork whether it'll kind of guesswork whether these two things are going to come out before TSW6, but I'm hoping so. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's logical, as Scooby has said before. I think that it comes out in that order. That it's Class 70 and then the North London line, because I think the plan is that that's going to layer onto that, hopefully. Good evening, Andy. Hope you well. Yeah, this is Thames Valley branches. So we're doing just one of the 3 branches today. So we're taking us into Slough. Then we're going to route hop onto our Paddington service. Pete says definitely get to Derby. It'll be up there with Benina for a lovely, relaxing drive with stunning scenery. Yeah, I mean, I shall watch the preview stream. I believe so. Yeah, it's a long old haul, but it's just, for me personally, it's kind of like it's single track, and I can't imagine that there's a massive amount of variation. So I'll I won't rule it out, but it'll probably be wait for a sale, I think. Right, let's can't remember where my light switch is on this thing now. I was going to set it to tail lights. Perhaps cheat, shall we? There we go, tail lights. Yeah, 4 hours end to end. That's a long time, and it's kind of, it's whether the scenery keeps you interested enough, and the things like the stopping pattern and all that sort of stuff. But we'll see. Right, so that's always get the wrong way there, don't it? Right, reverse it to off, and we'll jump out of the cab. we'll do the route hop. Yeah, well, there is that in terms of, but I don't know, I've just got more of an interest with the Thames Valley branches, because I always felt when it came out, or when the original route came out, that that's what we were missing. I kind of always wanted to do these branches. Good evening, Joshua. Hope you're well. So here is our service to Paddington. I mean, the only thing that's a little bit disjointed here is we've suddenly got no train in the bay, and we've got this train that's appeared. So there is an argument for saying it's not exactly linked together very well. For some reason, the AI driver never ever switches AWS on. There we go. So we are due off in a second. Yeah, I hope you're well, Joshua. What have we got up ahead? WR changed to green. They can't open the window on this one because this is a 165, but and not too often that I've done a 165 service between Slough and Paddington either. And I kind of was really bored with the 165 when it first came out, because the sounds were dreadful. It was really, really quiet, and it just didn't have much of an enjoyment. But now we've got this absolutely brilliant Great Western Express remastered timetable, then it's interesting to drive now. But yeah, I can't remember what day the Tadami Line stream is on, but I'll certainly watch it. Certainly watch it with interest. And it's been a long time coming. I can't remember when it was first announced. It was it something like Train Sim World 4? I think, as I said last week, I kind of, that's my only one of the criticisms about Dovetail Direct, is that if you're going to make an announcement about stuff that is coming out, then the implication is that it'll come out within that particular brand, and we've had a number of things now where it's been delayed. I mean, the Portuguese route, for example, I mean, there's no signs of that being anywhere near close. Oh, it's tomorrow, is it, Joshua? Right, okay. Oh, well, there you go. That'll fill in a gap for Monday evening then. I mean, it's been a long time coming, so hopefully it'll be worth the wait. I just feel as though, personally, that I know it's semi-fictional, but I think that kind of after Running Train came out, that it'll feel as though it's a slight letdown, because really enjoy that. Yeah, you liking the look of the screenshots, are you, Azza? Yeah, it's just for me. I don't know. I should wait to see, but it just feels to me it's another route that, a bit like with the Chet one, where, you know, it's obviously going to be pretty, but it's kind of like single line running, where it's not that exciting.
Please mind the gap.
Yeah, we'll see how we go on these station stops, because I'm a bit out of practice with these sort of semi-fast, well, pretty much all stations really, isn't it, between Slough and Paddington.
This is language. Do not try to board or leave the train when the doors are closing. This is a Great Western Railway service to London Paddington. The next station is West Drayton.
Oh, excellent, Tazzy. Yeah, definitely makes sense. I think so. I think when you get these road maps, and certainly with Dovetail Direct, it's, and I kind of get it, they've got to build the hype up as much as possible. Yeah, that would be my dream, and again, you know, I know I've said it a million times, but I know there's the great issue over licensing, and that's the problem. But if you were to get a Tokyo suburban stopping service right in the heart of Tokyo, or you could get the Shinkansen, then you know, that would be an instant buy, and I would be absolutely massively excited. But yeah, I think that is the issue. You get these, I kind of get it, you know, when they do Dovetail Direct, they want to say, look, this is what we've got planned, let's everybody get excited about it, and you've kind of then got about a month or a few weeks to really feel excited about the new game, and there'll be 1,000,001 people that will say on the forums that we shouldn't be having a Train Sim World 7. They just need to sort out all the old stuff but before releasing. But they'll always obviously go through this phase of trying to get interest going again. I mean, even Running Train, I know it's fictional. That's sort of rural, but kind of coastline rural. I think it's kind of like near Hokkaido, but it's interesting nevertheless. And there is a absolutely huge interest in Japanese railways. I mean, I think, to be fair, and maybe it's something that could be considered for the future, because Union Workshop did that Tohoku line route, didn't they? And I'd love to see that in Train Sim World. Yeah, definitely, and because it's always a little bit cloak and dagger. I mean, you can put your suggestions up, but, and I'm sure to a certain extent, when they pick routes, they do look at you know, the most suggested and all that sort of stuff. They go through those letters, don't they? I think, was it lamp oil or something? I can't remember for the life of me what each letter stands for, but it's kind of I kind of get it, and I think that's partly why. I mean, there's some very, very scenic routes. You think of like the Highland routes in Scotland, which are absolutely incredible, but you get like one train an hour in either direction. Hi, Mark Moss. Yeah, the 70 will be next to get released after Tadami Line.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
Yeah, I think so as well, Joshua. Yeah, I can see the 70 not being too far away. And to be honest, if we get the North London line extension before TSW6, then that will be more than enough. Just having those two things coming out between now and TSW6, then I'll be pretty delighted.
This is West Drayton. Do not try to board or leave the train when the doors are closing. This is a Great Western Railway service to London Paddington. The next station is Hayes and Harlington.
Please be aware that opportunist thieves operate at this station and across the railway network. Do not become a victim of crime. Please also note that in the interests of safety, cycling, skateboarding and rollerblading are not permitted anywhere on the station.
Yeah, definitely, Azzy. Yeah, I absolutely can't wait for that. Really, really looking for that full end-to-end run from Richmond to Stratford, and it's going to be exciting doing, you know, the short run to Gunnersbury as well, and the D-stop train. There we go. So they do a half-an-hour service then. These all stations. Oh well, there's one at 8:50, but I suppose it is kind of peak. Ah, right. Okay. Yeah, peak time. Yeah, that's the second service, isn't it?
London Paddington.
Yeah, hopefully, and really looking forward to the 70 as well, because it looks like again it's a bit of a beast, and in terms of setting the train up, it takes a little bit of working out. It's not just quite a switch the ignition on and the master key and away you go. Cracky, that worried me then. But I mean, I understood why Johannes released Malmö Line as he did without the Richmond extension, but it always felt like ending it at Willesden Junction was only kind of like part of the story. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I think a lot of us are looking forward to that as well. Breathe new life into the Middle and Main Line as well. And you know, you're going to be able to do those 170 workings on the Nottingham Cardiff between Derby and Nottingham, as well as sort of Voyager services as well. And it feels as though that's something that was missing. The present timetable's fairly busy, but a little bit on the quiet side as well. This is Airport Junction. I always feel it every time we do it, but would love one day for that to be filled in as well, and I'd love to be able to kind of do the full Heathrow Airport Express run, and you know, sort of going back a few years, but Elizabeth Line services as well, that kind of went into the terminus platform at Paddington.
We are now approaching Hayes and Harlington.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
I do love these stations though, on the run to Paddington. They're very, very interesting.
This is Hayes and Harlington. Do not try to board or leave the train when the doors are closing. This is a Great Western Railway service to London Paddington. The next station is Sandbourne.
Yeah, definitely, Joshua. Yeah, and already there is. I'm sure there's reskins available that you could use on the various West Coast Main Line routes. Well, there we go. We're not going to catch up that HST. Yeah, it's interesting to read about the speculation as well for the TSW6, and I think I'm sure you'll know, so I'm not going to spell it out, but I think we kind of know there's a Northern 158, and we kind of know what else is going with it, so it's kind of fairly obvious to work out what one of the routes is anyway. But we'll find out all officially in a month's time. Oh, I don't know, Scooby. I think so. There might be. I don't know. I thought so, unless something else has. I definitely had the branding patch on for First Great Western, but unless there's something that's overwritten it or something like that. It's impossible sometimes keeping track of all these mods and various things that that come out. That's the old gas tower with don't know whether it still has, but it used to have on the roof sort of Heathrow Airport this way. Yeah, well, as it goes, Joshua, I've got 2 weeks off in August as well, so it's the second week of my 2 weeks off, but the chances are I'll probably be back, I think, there, so hopefully I'll be on hand to listen to it live. Of course, anyway, the big thing is you can still, even if you're on holiday, you can still listen to it, but it's kind of the big event. It's going to be September when the route actually comes out.
This is Sandbourne. Do not try to board or leave the train when the doors are closing. This is a Great Western Railway service to London Paddington. The next station is Ealing Broadway.
The next train to arrive at platform 3 will be the 0849 Heathrow Connect service to Heathrow Airport.
Just love these old canopies, I have to say. There we go, there's the Heathrow Airport service coming in. I don't know what happened to that 360 that was being done by somebody who was shown on one of the streams.
Next station is Ealing Broadway. This is a Great Western Railway service to London Paddington.
I mean, again, it's just idle speculation, really. But you always kind of think when something is kind of previewed like that and then disappears, that maybe he's working together, and there's going to be something more official that comes out, perhaps. But I mean, that remains to be seen, really. So far tonight, by the way, Dom hasn't been on the in the chat, so I don't know whether he's away or on holiday. So I can't remember whether he said last week. So I guess if he doesn't pop in for Champion's Choice, then we could perhaps move straight on to Crewe Birmingham, and maybe we can give Champion's Choice a miss, but we'll see how it goes on. Dom might pop in later. Yeah, it's so crying out for electrification. I mean, I know Peter kind of prefer it the other way and have no OHLE throughout as well, and to properly have the route as it used to be before electrification, take it back to the 70s and the 80s. But I'd love to see all the OHLE filling out, and to do a full Elizabeth line run to Reading, kind of circa 2019, something like that. West Ealing. The problem with these remasters is it inevitably brings up the feeling that they should be extending the routes at that point. But I know Matt Pedleston always says, well, that's what a remaster is not all about. It's about actually improving the current one. It's not about extending the track miles at all.
We are now approaching Ealing Broadway.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
So coming into Ealing Broadway, of course, this takes me back about 3 weeks with myself and Mace Tays and Scooby and Josh, and we're all standing on here.
This is Ealing Broadway. Do not
In
try.
8,
Lever
53,
in 8,
Great Western Railway
Great
service
Western
to
Railway
London
service to
Paddington, calling at
Ealing
Paddington only.
West Ealing, Drayton.
So this was the platform we stood on. I know
South Greenfield.
Scooby took some video from here somewhere, something like that. And we all kind of went round about here. So let's have a look at street level as well, because I can't remember that I've ever done this here. Yeah, it's a bit on the basic side, isn't it, the way that's been done, but kind of all there. A bit busier in real life. And I did think as kind of as a tribute to that, at some point I must do the that tanker service, or the equivalent of that we saw coming through.
The next station is London Paddington. This is a Great Western Railway service to London Paddington.
And it was great to see Sarah Siddons there as well, and of course you took it a stage further as well by being able to ride on Sarah Siddons today. Yeah, I'll have to have a look at a little bit on the. I mean, did they give you any idea when? Has it been running recently, or is this the first time in a very long time? I'm trying to remember what that chap told us when we were talking to him at the Acton Museum, but as far as I recall, it hasn't. I don't think it's been out and about that much recently, has it? Oh, that's good. I've never seen that before. That train going over the top. Yeah, I must look a little bit up on the history of Sarah Siddons. Ah, good evening, Dom. I was just talking about you, so that's good then. So you're going to be around and about for the for Champion's Choice. Of course, it's your pick, isn't it? After we get into Paddington. Hope you're well. So we're suddenly quite a fast service now, having been pretty much all stations from the early stages. Ah, excellent. Yeah, I mean, judging by that pictures, and of course I know in the sunshine and you know, sort of a July day, but it looked absolutely beautiful. Oh, hell, Dom, that's well, there's no reason to apologise. Then that's an annoying thing to happen. Did you you manage to get it all sorted then yourself? Was it a dreaded pothole, do you think, or do you reckon you've just got a puncture? I know that I feel as though I've replaced every tyre about 6 times in the last few years. I always say I don't worry about the tyres wearing thin, because I know that pretty much I'm going to burst one of the tyres before it gets to that stage. I like that basement soup. Very good. Anyway, glad you've made it back anyway, and at least it's it's a nuisance because I suppose you're thinking now I've got to replace that spare tyre. I have to say the current car and loads of the last few cars I've had as well, it seems as though having a spare tyre or having space for a spare just doesn't seem to be a thing these days. Yeah, this is the thing. These potholes are absolute bane of your life, aren't they? They really, really are annoying. And that's exactly what I've had over the last 2 or 3 years. I've got to the stage where I'm hoping with the latest car I've got that it's perhaps not quite as susceptible, hopefully, but they are an absolute nuisance. So I'll leave it up to you. I mean, we're obviously not too far away from Paddington here, so whether you want to come out with your champion's choice now or whether we go into the next run first, whether you need a bit more time to think, let us know. Really up to you. Right, so as things stand, I did notice that was single yellow, so we must keep our eye on these signals. There seems to be a lot of congestion here coming into Paddington, so I don't know whether it's another timetable that's... Yeah, that's about all I've got. Yeah, it's... I had a car a few years back that was on run flats. It's still yellow, isn't it, here coming up? Ah, excellent, Tom. Yeah. Ah, there we go. So we'll carry on with Great Western Express. So Fix Up, it's called. That sounds appropriate given your flat tyre. So yeah, we'll have some fun on that in a minute, I'm sure.
We are now approaching London Paddington, where this train terminates. Please take all your belongings with you.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform and take care when
Ah, excellent, Tom. Yeah.
On behalf of the on-train crew, thank you for travelling with Great Western Railway. We wish you a safe and pleasant onward journey.
Yeah, I'm sure there's something broke about this timetable because surely you shouldn't have all the trains seem to be stuck. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Weird thing is here, it looks as though there's a signal. Oh no, yeah, see, we've got like a calling on signal, haven't we? That confused the heck out of me there. Ah, good evening, Southwestern. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. How are you? So we'll do that, and then after that we will then get into the new Crewe Birmingham timetable. Not yet, Southwest, and Josh is very kindly let us have an early access to it, and I know Tom's done it as well on Trade Sim TV with a couple of streams. But you know what Josh is like. He's very much a perfectionist, so he's just trying to make sure it's on song and right. So right, okay, uncoupling, right. Funnily enough, I was just posing that question myself a little while back. Seems to have gone very quiet, doesn't it? So, and again, you never know with these things, because sometimes people start out these things with great energy and enthusiasm, and they never quite materialise. Or the other option is it's disappeared off to be something more official, perhaps. But no, we don't know. So yeah, so enjoyed that, and that's first time. I kind of feel with route hopping that it works better on that route, although you need the timetables to be a bit more joined up, because it kind of spoils the illusion slightly when we're coming into Slough from Windsor and there was no train on the adjacent platform, and then we did the route hopping. We got the train there waiting for us to Paddington, but there was no train on the bay platform, so it was all wrong, really. Yeah, it'd be nice if it did. Nice if it did. Yeah, yeah. I kind of recall that, because there was like a video on, who was it? Was it Train Sim Society or one of the something like that? Where they had a good old look at it, didn't they? So yeah, let's hope so. Right, so let's move on then to Champion's Choice. That's right, British Loco Studios. Yeah, you got a better memory than me. Yes, that's right. It was very, very quick, wasn't it? Because it was sort of hot off the press, because everybody was kind of thinking, like the 350, I love the fact that, you know, they made the effort to kind of make it look like the 360 with the livery and everything. But it's not a 360, so it would be really good. No worries, it is Great Western Express, and it's a scenario, and it's called Fix Up. I hope at some point, and kind of if everybody wants it really, but it'd be nice at some point that we do a kind of a full round of championship battles again. But we'll see how we go on. Yeah, definitely Southwest. And funny enough, I was thinking about that yesterday. I didn't get a chance to watch Tom's latest stream on Train Sim TV, but he did I noticed in the listing he did a run on that, and I kind of feel as though I've not done that by any justice at all, because it's really, really good with all the HST runs, and there's lots of variety going on with that. And we're also, I think the British Ace has previewed it, but I think, is it Fluky, is doing a Crewe Preston 2026 timetable as well. So once that's out, then it'll be possible to do Euston to Preston continuously with the modern day timetable. Ah, no worries, Southwestern. That's absolutely fine, and it's totally understand. Right, that explains it, Azza, yeah. That explains it. That's a shame. Seems a bit nonsense, really, doesn't it? I mean, DTG have got an official license with Great Western Railway, so why is First Great Western such an issue? I pressed the wrong button, I'm told. We need scenarios. Right, so we need fix up. We're looking for. Here we go. Take control of a Class 08 and provide assistance to a Class 52 in West Drayton. So this is 35 minutes. Yeah, well, the thing is, Southwest, I mean, sometimes, I tend to kind of go full on with the UK stuff anyway, just so that we can get them in on the stream. But sometimes it's nice to do these things at your leisure when you've got time. Yeah, well, exactly. And, I mean, to my mind, First Great Western is kind of the older incarnation of Great Western Railway. And as far as I remember, it wasn't the fact that there was any change in licensing. Right, Western at West Drayton needs assistance, has asked for help. It's causing congestion on the line, so time is of the essence. Right, reverse it to forward. Set the train, well, any AWS on this thing? Can't remember. Or is it one of those? Right, we definitely don't want to be on that cab seat, do we? Hang on, let's get in the right seat. Wow, it's a murky old day here, isn't it? No, they perhaps haven't. Good question. I'm not sure, to be honest. Azza, I wouldn't have thought so. Mind you, having said that, with the thing that we're rescuing, yeah, it does look as though it is Diesel Legends, actually. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I think it is Diesel Legends. Yeah, this looks like a fun one. And again, I've said before, but I've not kind of tested out a lot of these scenarios. Again, perhaps you know, one of these times when a sale crops up, it might be worth it. I still find it amazing that going back to the 1980s, that the Northern Transpennine route didn't have AWS as well. You know, that was quite a substantial main line, really. You know, trains going from Liverpool and Manchester to Leeds and to York and so on. Ah, right, so well. Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that, Asad, but really is thick with fog here, isn't it? I mean, those marker lights are about as much use as a chocolate fireguard in many respects. Yeah, it was a tad controversial when it came out because I mean, DTG did say, to be fair, they said, look, it's just something we're trying out as a bit of a test. They said, well, you know, it's not completely realistic because obviously there was no OHLE in operation at the time. Unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, no, we are yellow, aren't we? You can just about make out the difference there. Those two on the left are red and this one's yellow. I do love the clackety rough sound over the points. Yeah, I'd be happy with a remaster from the same era. It's quite old in terms of right. Gets a bit of speed up now. We'll clatter along at as though we're doing an express service. Oh, Q's doing nothing for me. No. I don't know. Strange. Yeah, we're still yellow, aren't we? But yeah, I'd be quite intrigued to see a new version of Northern Transpennine. Is it because I've got... Let's just try... I think it's something to do with DSD. Perhaps it's not meant to have it on. It's still doing it. Very strange. Yeah, it seems to go off and on and then off. It doesn't seem to make much difference to where I actually press. It goes again. That's weird, that. It's something stupid like, I don't know, it thinks it's got AWS but it hasn't. Alright, good evening Rach, right, alright, cheers for that, there we go. I'm breaking the speed limit, I see. Yeah, I hope you're well there, Rach. Right, I see. So we've got to keep within 15 miles an hour, right, okay. Shows how often I drive the Class 08. So actually, we'd probably put that on as normal then in that case. I was going to zip off up to, not that it'd get up to 60 miles an hour, but I was going to go full speed ahead, as it were. Right, so we're going slightly above there now, aren't we? We are going downhill. Yeah, it is fascinating, all these old scenarios with kind of something just a little bit different than the everyday running. Yeah, probably so. I've probably been giving this thing a bit too much of a hammering. So the funny thing is, I mean, it says 1.1 miles to where we've got to stop, but you feel as though we've probably been going... it'll probably take us about 20 minutes to do that. Ah, right, okay, cheers, Azzy, yeah. Brill, yeah, fantastic, yeah, no, that's much appreciated, yeah. You're a bit busy, Azzy, this week, are you? Got quite a lot on still, work-wise. But yeah, fair enough. And thanks for tuning in. As ever, much appreciated, and really enjoy your chat and your comments. Yeah, it's funny, Pete. Yeah, I think you might be right. I probably the engineers are gonna get this one back later on today. They, what the heck has he done? Rach, I drove these in real life. If you overspeed, engine will overheat. The side bars on the wheels are designed for 15 mile an hour. Otherwise, they could fly off. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? And that kind of illustrates it there. But they are totally different than anything else that you would drive. Yeah, no worries, Pete. Yeah, fully understand. Yeah, we're still yellow. Yeah, we'll try and keep it to within 50. We don't want the those sidebars flying off. It'd be kind of good if you could simulate that happening. But yeah, I think I'm not only having. Usually, I'm having tea and biscuits with the manager for the driving performances, but this week for trying too hard with the Class 08. But yeah, good to hear from you again, Rach. Hope you're well. Then we'll catch up with once we get to a halt. Hopefully we'll get some more instructions on what we need to do next in this scenario. Yeah, that would be fun, wouldn't it? Yeah, that would be excellent, wouldn't it? They really are old workhorses. I'd love to know, or I can't remember, but there were hundreds of these built. And they were just about everywhere. Virtually every station had got them, kind of station pilots, weren't they? I can remember even Stoke Station having one in the 80s. And it's almost a forgotten art. It's something that is just not envisaged as being necessary nowadays. Ah, great, that's good to know. Have you been out and about on the motorhome recently? So I think I've got to take a bit more care with the next signal. Right, yeah, one or two still knocking about, is there? Yeah. Right, they're still used, are they, Eastleigh? Interesting. And again, it's ages since I've done one, but I mean, in this Great Western Express diesel Legends, you can actually pick up a stock at Old Oak Common Depot and take it into the platforms at Paddington, ready for transportation. Or for another more powerful engine to propel it in service. At least you don't sense we've got a lot of weight behind us, so right, contact the signaller to proceed. Right, couple to the formation. Where is the formation then? I'm intrigued. I feel as though I don't want to do something stupid here without being doing something silly. Right, I think that's our formation, I presume. Ah, excellent. France and Spain. Yeah, oh yeah, the cracky, yeah, the wildfires are a massive issue at the moment. Right, a few hundred metres, wow. Yeah, it's, I mean, I think having the, you know, the lovely weather over the last few weeks has been amazing, but there is a downside to it as well. There you go, Western alert. Yeah, it's definitely a red aspect, isn't it? But let's just well, proceed at restricted speed, it says, doesn't it? So that suggests that we're okay. I hope I'm not going to do something stupid here. Well, it did say proceed at restricted speed, so we'll take it that the signalman's given us the okay on that. I reckon it's because the broken down train is actually means that you can't get anything other than a red aspect. Oh, I'm going above the 15 again. I'm getting too carried away here in the excitement. Yeah, well, there's always the chance, and I mean, I think what we really do need is some substantial rain, don't we? And you know, maybe not raining continuously, and you know, so that we have a really wet August, but we do need some rain and a chance for the ground to get a bit wetter. Well, I could be wrong, Scooby, but that's my hunch anyway, because it did say the message was to ask the signaller, which we did, and it said he gave his permission to proceed. So my feeling is that, yeah, you see, there's the broken down train, so there you go. So I think that the because the broken down train's there, I don't think he could have cleared the signals. Yeah, we've had a little bit of rain here today, actually. I mean, nothing to get you too excited, but we've had a little bit of rain. Nothing like the rain we're getting in this scenario. I mean, this feels like we're in bleak midwinter here. It's quite exciting when you couple up to a train, though. There we go. Now you've coupled the train, head back to the depot. Okay, fine. Where are we now? So we need to swap seats. We've got a much clearer view of the line as well, which is better. Oh, we need to set it to reverse. Okay. Yeah, I suppose officially the point being that we are, yeah, if you look at the loco, that's the, yeah, it's kind of the back, isn't it? That's why we need reverse. Yeah, it's obviously a lot heavier train now to get moving. It was a bit easier when we were doing this with an empty loco. Yeah, I think we really do need probably a day where the problem is it's all or nothing, isn't it? And I mean, the stupid thing is you get too much rain all at one time, then you start to get issues about flooding within the space of no time. So but we do need a lot more steady rainfall, don't we? Daft as that sounds. And I think we discussed before about the maintenance of the Westerns in the 70s, and was one of the reasons perhaps why British Rail didn't persist with them, as well as them being a little bit considered to be non-standard. So this was probably not an unusual occurrence to find a broken down Western. Well, this is good to experience though, because it's an old train and it's an old DLC. Yeah, there's a bit more power to it, is it, the 09? I can never remember the differences really. They look very, very similar. I've got a feeling in terms of model railway terms, I think Hornby did the 08 and Lima did the 09, if I remember rightly. But we're also fighting uphill as well at the moment, which is probably not a great thing to be doing. Keeping a nice steady 15 miles an hour. We've done some scenarios now on this Great Western route, haven't we? We did. I remember actually one of Rachel's choices was the. It was kind of night time. It was snow and it was foggy, and you just couldn't see a thing. Absolutely impossible driving conditions. Right, we'll ease off the power a bit because we've got up to 16. Yeah, absolutely, Southwestern. I think the thing is, he also worked with All Aboard Studios on the route between Stafford, between Wolverhampton and Birmingham, because he was kind of well versed at urban, busy environments. So I think he was the man to call upon. But I kind of get it, because the original Mile Bay line, obviously, was receiving money from it from having produced it. I presume he got paid a fee, perhaps off All Aboard Studios, and then also he's going to be earning from the Thames Valley extension, but the Thames Valley DLC. But of course, the thing is, the Richmond extension, in theory, isn't going to generate anything because it's totally free, the upgrade. But having said that, I'm sure it'll bring about a load of brand new sales of people that haven't got it already. All right, one of the scenarios, is that a thing then, that actually you see the Typhoon, the Eurofighter Typhoon on West Coast Main Line over Shap? That sounds interesting. You must let us know. Or do you mean... I'm thinking actually, wait a minute, it's different era. You mean the weather conditions. Cracky, I'm thinking of that... I'm thinking of that Only Fools and Horses episode now, Friday the 13th, where... Rodney says, "Oh, it's blowing a typhoon out there," and quick as a flash, of course, Delboy says, "That's a good idea, Rodney. Yeah, put the kettle on. We'll have some tea." Yes, I see what you mean. Yeah, I got you there. I understood you eventually. It would. Though, to be fair, I kind of worked it out thinking about it because of the route, because I thought, wait a minute, it can't have the Typhoon jet on the scenario because it'd be the wrong era. Weird thing. Oh, we don't want it there, do we? That'll do. Well worth it, Southwestern. Yeah, you've probably realised that I'm a big fan, and Dan loves it as well, and he knows the meme better than I do. He can, I can generally paraphrase a lot of the lines from certain episodes, but Dan can remember them in even more detail than me. But we still love Only Fools, old as though it is. We still love Only Fools and Horses. I think I've said before, but there used to be a mod on this route where you could actually get rid of all the OHLE, but I don't know whether it still actually works or not. I think somebody said it possibly doesn't exist anymore, but I could be wrong. Do you know, I almost get the feeling I could have gone away and made a coffee and come back and find that we're about 200 yards further on than we were before. Yeah, this is one time where I feel as though it's saying 125 mile an hour. I feel as though I want to be going faster than this. And this is the one loco where can't see anything that actually tells us what the speed limit is, but as Rach says, 15 miles an hour. Yeah, we haven't got any windows that open here, have we? Oh, we'll get a bit of brakes on actually. One of these situations where the game is not going to tell us for going slightly above 15, but as we know, we do get the warning sounds. It'd be nice if the Great Western Express timetable was upgraded following the remaster. Yeah, there is a speed limit on the desk here somewhere, yeah. Right, gotcha. We've got a speed on this side, but you've got it. You have got it on those. If we do it with the right arrow button. Yeah, there you go. Oil pressure. Water. Oh, there. Being stupid. Being totally and utterly stupid. Of course, that moves as well, doesn't it? Yeah, I remember that now. Yeah, there we are. Yeah, that tells us, yeah. I love how the fact that that's a little bit... Okay, the texture is not brilliant, but I love the fact that it's looks slightly worn and dodgy. Pete says, I've removed our old oven, drilled a hole through internal cabinets for the new oven's power supply, vacuumed the dust up and taken the cockapoos out during this run. Yeah, I think you're about right, yeah. I think it's 35 minutes all in, but it's certainly slow going. Again, I think if you're a real driver, you've got to have, you've really got to have concentration, haven't you? I think your mind could wander a lot on these very slow runs because you've got almost too much time to think about everything. Yeah, you could almost demolish a house in the time it's taken us to do this. Good fun though. Tremendous fun. Yeah, of course, it makes sense that the speedometer isn't down there because, again, with this kind of cab, you could be sitting over there and it's, you know, appropriate that you can flick that round. I mean, I think if you were driving this in real life, you'd barely be able to tell the fact that you were over. we've still got 1.4 miles to go as well. Got any suggestion of the end time? Not quite, no. But once we get to the ECR, then that's where we will terminate this train. But I mean, you know, I know the kind of the driving, the express passenger services, even the express freight is the glamorous part of the job, but stuff like this just as important to keep the rest of the railway network running. I kind of feel as though we hardly need worry about the rain on the windscreen. It's pretty clear, really. Pete now says, now going to do the cockapoo's food mix, chop a 12-inch watermelon up, put some pasta on to boil for lunch tomorrow, and feed the cats. I bet you're still at it when I return. Probably so, yeah. Right, feels as though rain's coming on a bit more now. Let's get a little bit of windscreen wipers going. So we'll see how we get off time. I might just get that. Yeah, I will. When we get to South or Leash Yard, I'm gonna get the kettle on for the half-time break, and then we'll move on to the kind of the highlight of the evening, really, the Crewe to Birmingham New Street timetable Modena. I think we're all looking forward to seeing. I know I certainly absolutely can't wait to give it a go. It's almost hypnotic, actually, that windscreen wiper as well. I hope we don't come a cropper with these signals. Yeah, we've got a calling on signal there, haven't we? So we're okay with that one. There you can see the Western from behind. Yeah, it kind of does. It's one of those windscreen wipers that is hardly doing a thing. Yeah. Well, that's the old water tower there, isn't it, at Southall Yard? Now then, I wonder if we can... yeah, we should be alright here, actually, shouldn't we? We're not too close to the unit. Oh, I love that tremendous clatter as we go over the points is a sound to behold. Now I can't see the buffer stops inside, so the end is nigh, as it were. There we go. Brakes a little bit, shall we say, probably braked a bit too sharply, but full service. Set the reverser to off. No, I've got no idea on that, Rachel. Yeah. Master key switch to off, if we can work out where that is. Where are we? Control and W. Where's the master key on this thing? Ah, hang on. It's there. There we are. Great work. The rolling stock technicians will take it from here. And they might have a little bit of work to have a look at on the shunter as well. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed that. Right, there we go. So fix up. That was really good. Really enjoyed that, Dom, as ever. It's always interesting to face a new challenge, and that was something, certainly never done that scenario before, so that was an interesting one to do. So that was my score, 3-2-7-5, and it was quite hard going, but enjoyable nevertheless. Yeah, be a bit easier with a 47. Yeah, absolutely. Well, those of you that have got it, give us a shout. Let us know your scores. Anybody that's taken part in it. But yeah, really enjoyed it. Thanks, Dom, for that. So what I'll do whilst I'm waiting for the scores, I think I'm just gonna disappear away and get that coffee ready and get ourselves set up for the next challenges, which will be on with the Crewe to Birmingham New Street, the brand new Josh 2019 OTS timetable, which very much looking forward to. So back in a second. Right, I'm back. Let's get things going again, and then we'll do the exciting stuff really of the night. Yeah, I think that's the problem, Andrew. It's unfortunately, as sort of the add-ons that come on are getting more and more and more demanding, and it's just that the older consoles, it's the same with the PCs as well. And you know, I'm kind of pushing the limits with this old PC. So you know, again, I just think I'm going to have to replace it. You know, probably very, very soon, really. So it's unfortunately that's always going to be the way with these things. You kind of want DLC that is absolutely amazing with all the busy traffic, brilliant scenery, and it kind of does take it out of them. Right, so our other scores are in. So Dom was 3282. Wow, 7 points difference. I like that. And Brian was the same as me, 3275. So unless we have any other scores on that one, then it looks like Dom is the champion by 7 points. But well played, and thanks very much as always, Dom, and all of our previous champions for picking these runs, because it's always fascinating to see what you come up with. Bit of variety, something different, and as always, it was tortuous at that slow speed, but very, very interesting. So I kind of feel as though that was really the build up to the main event, and this is what it's all about. Yeah, I've lost count now. I don't know how many times Dom has been the champion, but it's a fair old few times. I'm kind of intrigued to know where I lost me 7 points on now. Perhaps it was the windscreen wipers, I don't know. Yeah, fair enough, Joshua. Fair enough. It's nice to play the other stuff as well, but you know, it's getting the hang of the signalling, and I mean the German stuff is absolutely top notch. And sometimes, once in a while, something comes along that you really kind of intrigued by that's non-UK as well. And I certainly felt that way with the Zwolle Groningen route from the Netherlands. It can be interesting. Other countries. Right, so we need Birmingham to Crewe. So as I say, this isn't unless Josh has released it tonight, then it's not available just yet. But hopefully it won't be. Well, I don't really know, but hopefully not too far away. I know that he likes to get it absolutely spot on and correct, and in some ways this is also a little bit of a test as well, just to see about different things. Yeah, there you go. Well, Rachel mentioned that. Yeah, Rachel said managed to get over 1,525 playing hours now. Wow. Wow, now that's a lot. That is a lot. Right, so we're going to start off with the flowing silk Pendolino, and we are doing what are we doing? 9 Sierra 47, which, if I recall rightly, would be a Glasgow Central service, but via Birmingham New Street. So it's 9:13 in the morning. Yeah, that's a lot of hours. I don't know, it doesn't seem 5 seconds ago to me. I can remember the excitement of driving home from work, and I was trying to get me the Dovetail Direct through my phone so I could hear it as I was driving home. Obviously I couldn't watch it, but I just wanted to know what was in store without being able to even see the shots at that point. But so excited. So this time I will be at home, hopefully, to take in the new TSW6 stuff. I think we more or less unofficially say it's definitely a thing now. Good evening, Josh. Perfect timing. I'm fine, thanks. Hope you are well. Yeah, so we're tremendously excited to give this a go, and as I've said in the stream, thank you massively for allowing us to have a look at this. I'm sure there'll be lots of people mithering you to say when you're going to make it available, but I know you'll want to fine tune it a little bit before that happens. And yeah, I'm fine, thanks. Hope you're well. I know you've been tremendously busy with all this stuff. Okay, yeah. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Josh. Hope things are all right for you. Right, okay. Yeah, right, that's fair enough. Yeah, the dreaded the dreaded number 8 button. But yeah, you can obviously see straight away, incredibly busy. We've got a Plymouth service there, across country.
Bescott Stadium and Walsall. Platform 2 for the 0927 West Midlands Railway service to Walsall. Platform 5 for the 0939 West Midlands Railway service to Wolverhampton, calling at Smethwick Rolfe Street, Smethwick Galton Bridge, Soundwell and Dudley Port, Tipton, Chosen, and Wolverhampton. Platform 2 for the 09.
It's just lovely to see Birmingham New Street looking so busy. There we go, we've got a cross-country service coming out there as well. I've made a couple of very quick videos as well, which I'll show off a bit later on, but it's only a brief few minutes. But I wanted to show you how busy Crewe Basford Hall yard is, and I also recorded a few clips in and around Wolverhampton as well. Birmingham New Street, Beelzebub's Bowels. It took me a long time, to be honest, Joshua, to get used to it being in Avanti colours, because this was Richard Branson's baby, wasn't it, the Pendolino? And it just seemed very, very wrong somehow for it not to be in Virgin colours. I've kind of got used to it now. I quite like the Avanti colours, but course, tootling out at 10 mile an hour, it takes an absolute age before we get to the back of the train. There we go. Now straight into the tunnel, so we're up to 15. But already, what I have seen of the timetable, just really loving the detail. It's absolutely incredible. There's such an amazing amount of services. We'll have a quick look at the timetable and stuff when we get to Crewe as well. There's such a lot on offer. So very varied. And I noticed as well, because when I was pottering in and around Wolverhampton earlier on, I noticed the 350 pulled into the bay platform, and that actually occupied the whole of the bay platform. Now I know you said it was a all aboard studios bug, but whether you've managed to get there on all of them or whether it's just a bit random, I don't know. Yeah, I quite like the idea of that, Andrew. I must admit, I've not tried it yet, either at Rugby or on the Medway Valley at wherever it was, Tonbridge, was it? But yeah, I do like the idea of dispatcher mode. I can't get excited about being a guard. I really can't. But dispatcher mode, yeah, I like that. Yeah, well, Pete will probably make some comment about that. You know, you'd be, obviously you'd be delighted to have a 9-minute wait at Wolverhampton. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, actually, that's what I do love at there, because it's such a busy station, and actually, because you haven't got all the nonsense with the routes, with the roofs. The number 8 button. Then yeah, there's so much to see. I think it looks absolutely brilliant. See that Virgin Trains livery. I mean, there'll be many people. I kind of don't necessarily associate the Pendolinos with having the flowing silk livery all that much, because it was a fairly late edition rather than the original one. Yeah, it seems to be a thing. I noticed that earlier on. Oh yeah, definitely, Josh. Stafford is a station that me and my dad used to go to a lot in the 80s. We went to Crewe a lot, but Stafford was also quite high on the list as well. We loved Stafford because, as you say, you got the trains coming through at speed. Oh, we mustn't forget as well, Sandwell and Dudley is a stop as well here. I mean, I don't think it's on this route, but on the Trent Valley one, they've got Hemi's. I mean, Hemi's Farm will be on this route because it's kind of covering the same section, but there we go. Bit of TFW stuff going on there. But Hemi's Palm would be quite a good line side location on this route to do a bit of train spotting as well. Yeah, excellent, Rach. Yeah. I think it's enabled me to turn the settings up now. I've still got a problem. I think it's Warrington Bank Key, where it's we've got lag, but essentially I've got a feeling that's more about the PC than anything else. But yeah, it's made a huge difference actually, I think, and yeah, great to see it looking better, because that's kind of number one that I want to see, that you know, in terms of I want the stream to be you know, as good as it possibly can for you guys. And hopefully if I can get this new PC, I'm kind of thinking as well, I've got to get a new telly as well, I think, but we'll see. If I really splash the cash, I'll get a new chair as well. Might just have to turn the radiator off in the winter. But yeah, glad to hear that it's looking better. I generally jinx myself. I start talking about it being improved, and then a problem comes along. Oh, the Pendolino. There we go. We are the 0925. So Wolverhampton, Crewe, Warrington Bank Key, Wigan North Western, Preston, Lancaster, Penrith for the Northern Lakes, Carlisle and Glasgow. And of course, oh, look, listen at the roar of that. That's good. Wait a minute. Right, so it's set off at a bit faster speed this time. Yeah, the wee bit. I like the horn on the Pendolino, to be fair. It's sounds really good, and it sounds particularly good when you're outside the train as well. And I mean, we won't do it this week unless time allows, but I'm also looking forward to doing some of those Virgin Class 221 services as well, because of course this is kind of pre-Transpennine Express taking over some of the services. We're up to 75 now. Always catches me out because you just think you've got a higher speed limit, and then there's one that comes down on this route. It's kind of almost roller coaster like between Birmingham New Street and Wolverhampton. You see, we've got a 60 coming up already. I know this is Dudley Port with the island platform coming up. But brilliant to hear that, Scoob. Yeah. And hopefully, I mean, the good thing is, it'll hopefully last you quite a long time. Excellent, yeah. And I know I've said it before, but it's quite a few weeks since I've ridden on this route. But I think the section, I mean, it might not be scenically very beautiful. I think Pete will have some views on the section around Smethwick and Samwell and the section to Wolverhampton and stuff. But I tell you what, it's damnably interesting. Okay, wow. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some of the trains, Andrew, have got a hill start on them. I mean, I'm not very good at it, but, you know, it's a bit like going in a car, isn't it? If you're on a very steep climb, you're not going to be thinking, I'm not going to roll back. Of course I'm going to roll back. Take me to 100 years of age and a few euro million wins to get my dream garage. Oh, neutral section. Saw that one clearly. Yeah, absolutely. Actually, it's a few weeks since I've done the lottery, actually. I've kept meaning to have another go at it, but I've forgotten about it again. Pie in the sky, really. And I don't know if it's been done since the last time, but I think the last time we run it, but I think All Aboard Studios have optimised it a little bit as well. I mean, the big problem for me, and I suspect when we do the Wolverhampton to New Street, it'll come out to bear, is going southwards towards New Street. I'm kind of it will be the frame rate will go massively down, and we'll probably go to a crawl. Right, wow. Yeah, that sounds... I can imagine that, Pete. Alright, have you figured out the reason why, Andrew? Oh yeah, definitely. I think we'd all think of a million and one things we'd love to do if we won the lottery. I've always fancied the idea of a broadcast camera. You know, you see those TV cameras at you know, at sporting events, and kind of think, oh, I'd like one of them, and I'd love to see what the airshow filming was like with one of them beasts. Well, if you feel there's another train that isn't going to move and is stuck, then you can always get rid of it, Andrew. There's something about this section as well, and again it feels like it's very much set in the industrial heartland of the country, but it's very, very interesting. I suspect this is a signal that you have to be wary of in real life as well. You know, sort of SPAD alert and all that. Yeah, we are. Well, actually, I didn't even need to press tab because it did say 2 on the board above. Yeah, I think even I've heard of a 911. So I've got a 170 coming in the opposite direction. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to with the new PC, see what it's like. I can't wait to turn all the settings off, and it'll make it should be amazing. Interesting, we're coming into this platform as well. I'm very often used to see the platform on the other side. You almost forget that, as well as even once Virgin lost the cross-country franchise, they were still running voyages for quite a long time. Yeah, Subarus. I know there's the Impreza. That's about the extent of my knowledge. So again, we've got a Virgin.
Stoke-on-Trent, Kidsgrove, Alsager, and Crewe. Platform 1 for the 0940 London North Western Railway service to Crewe.
That's interesting.
The next train to arrive at platform 3 will be the 0940 cross-country service to Brum. Calling at Wolverhampton, Birmingham New Street, Birmingham International, Coventry, Ellington's.
I've been on a Voyager once to London Euston from Stoke, and it was, or was it Crewe? No, I think it's from Crewe, and it was like an North Wales coast. Yeah, that's great to see there. The 350 is now fully in the bay platform, so even though there was a bug with the routes, Josh has managed to fix that as well by the looks of it. Here's the advertised train. Pocket rocket. I like that. Right, I've just seen was too busy looking around what was going on at Wolverhampton, but yeah. Where's it gone now? I've lost the comment now. Scuba got taken out in a work Subaru in Ireland, round the horseshoe in County Sligo. Scariest experience of my life. Oh, I see. That was why Scooby that said, yeah, Subaru are easy to drive. Don't be afraid. All right, Rachel talking about the quotes for a couple of new PCs ranging from £5,000 to £7,000. Both too much to me. Yeah, I'll tell you this: it won't be. It certainly won't be that sort of price, I'm afraid. So it'll be somewhere in between. Well, it won't be between. What I'm saying is, I can see me, I don't know, spending kind of £2,500, £3,000 at the most, I'm guessing, but I'm sure it'll do mostly what I want it to do, though. Or is that what they do? Because people don't like the fact that you haven't got the diesel sound, so they simulate it. That's like when we had fake crowd noises during COVID. So yeah, I can understand that wouldn't be very exciting. Yeah, it's quite cunning when you come out of Wolverhampton, because you're actually going downhill and you're restricted to 15, so it's easy to go over. Sticking to Xbox, I could get a lovely 4-seat convertible for that, yeah. Not yet, Andrew, but in the future, who knows? And I was reading that report about AI the other day, and I noticed, I think it was in controlled environment, but they kind of give it a bit more autonomy, a bit more control than they perhaps had done in the past, and it worked out that to get the task done, it would be far easier to attack somebody else's computer, and that's what it set out and did. So I got my controls on there, I'm not sure, and that's what it did. So scary stuff, really. I think somebody else was saying that there always needs to be a kill switch, so they can say, right, I don't like what you're doing, let's turn you off. Yeah, we'll soon be getting up our speed, and then we'll be hurtling our way through. Ah, that's interesting. This is non-stop at. No, we're not stopping at Stafford as well. So we're non-stop to Crewe. I mean, they're all going to be electric in time, aren't they? And you know, probably in our lifetime, we're going to be thinking. I can remember the days when I used to have to put petrol in my car. Yeah, I think it's. I mean, I agree with you. There's lots and lots of things that it does. They're mind-blowingly clever, but I do think it's sometimes there are one or two science fiction-y worries about it that you kind of think it'll take over the world. There you go. You see, there speaks a man who has. Spent a lot of time creating this timetable. Didn't actually tell us, but that sounds about right, doesn't it, with 30 odd miles. I love these little bits of information. So, when did you start creating this timetable, Josh? What was the point that you started? I know the actual route came out last September, didn't it? So, at what point did you start work on this? By the way, just to say, I always forget to ask, but if the sound's a bit low, let me know. But or too noisy, come to that. Yeah, well, it's kind of what happens when things go wrong, isn't it, Andrew? And I mean, the great thing now is, as I say, it's come out in September, and there's always that worry that you kind of drop off using it a little bit, but it replenishes interest again. Ah, okay, yeah. So we're probably looking about roughly about November time. I'm guessing then. So it literally came out. I mean, the route came out, or TSW6 came out in September, and then it was within 3 or 4 weeks, so maybe November, December, something like that. Oh crikey, flying taxis. The box, you've got there's more than one box, Andrew. You've got your computer there, actually. Some of this probably is clickable. Well, maybe not. But it's basically the onboard computer. So I can't remember actually. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, there's things you can click. You get different displays, at least one other display anyway. Passenger comfort check. You could, again, if this was real, we could actually turn the heating up or down. But the one on the right is the GSMR, which unfortunately doesn't really do very much on this train. It should do. Yeah, that's a good point. Good point, Pete. At least we haven't got to worry about stopping at Penkridge on this this service anyway. Yeah, well, you should be able to. I don't know whether you can on this or not. You were always more clever on me than, but it's slightly limited. Oh, well, I'm messing about with that, and then I'm going to miss totally this 95, aren't I? Oh, we might be all right. The brakes on this thing are reasonably good. It's got some registration. Well, it says confirm deregister. Oh, I see. Confirm. Yeah. Got yeah. So deregistered. There we go. There we are. 9S47. We've done it. I mean, it'll probably go off in about 5 minutes, but it's working at the moment. Yeah, well, it is the future. So, I mean, as we approach Stafford here, I remember thinking when this route came out, wouldn't it be good if we could go down there and carry on through to Milton Keynes? And of course, now we can. I think that was a single yellow, actually, so we need to be keeping our eye out on this next signal. I'm hoping it's approach control. Right, we're on green, aren't we there? We're okay. Just to say, as always, by the way, if you're new to the channel and you enjoyed today's video, then if you would consider liking and subscribing, I'd be tremendously grateful, and the support always massively appreciated. Garlic bread, that's the future, there is. Yeah, when you say the box near the window, I was saying we've talked about the GSMR. That's kind of about location and all that sort of stuff. Ah, we're holding up this southbound freight train by the looks of it. That's moving away now. And again, there's some absolutely gigantically long ones as well. still quite a dynamic looking cab, isn't it, given how old it is really in many ways. And of course we don't do it very often in this, but you can actually open the windows as well. You do feel as though that if you did it the wrong way, you might have your eye taken out in the process. Right, so have I done something that shouldn't have happened then, Josh? I If anybody's going to break the timetable, it's about to be me. I mean, I think we've talked before, haven't we, about testing, but and I think you kind of given us an idea, but you know, there's only so much that you can do, even with the, you know, the testing systems that are around. So, I mean, I know you obviously can't talk massively about it, but I think it's brilliant news that you're actually you're building timetables for just trains as well now, and your qualities. Ah, right, excellent, yeah. No, so it should be. I love seeing little stuff like that, though, as well. It kind of makes it feel very, very realistic. Loving the tilt as well on this section. It just depends, Andrew. Some of them you can't activate in any way at all. It's one of those things that DTG have been slightly half-hearted on. In the best will in the world over the years, and the recent Medway Valley line with the class 375, you can actually do it properly now. You can actually put in the codes and activate it as you should do. I mean, I think pretty much, okay, we drove the 08 earlier on that doesn't have the AWS, but pretty much every train has got AWS fitted UK-wise anyway. And, you know, most, if not all, have got the DSD as well, or in some cases it might be called a DVD. I mean, that's what, you know, we talked a lot over the streams over the years about the consistency and different third-party developers coming in and bringing different levels of realism, and it's kind of an annoyance for a lot of people, the way these things are done. And we just love there to be somebody that kind of says, right, let's go back and let's. And this is what used to be done. Let's kind of revisit the old routes. Let's put that in. Let's have the announcements here. Let's implement that and make sure that every route is kind of done to the same standard. Very fast stretch of line, this. Kind of at this point you could pretty much sit back, chill and relax driving it as well. Not a great deal to think about. I'm pretty sure the Virgin Trade drivers used to call this bacon sandwich mode or something, or bacon roll mode, the speed control feature. I remember reading somewhere. We go through Stableford. Yeah, it's really good to try a new timetable like this, and you know, we knew instantly it was going to be really good, and you know, straight away you kind of can enjoy it. We've got the trying to think where it shows you. Yeah, that's for the showing you the headlights and stuff, and you can see remote tail is for obviously for the back. Don't think the I mean, those are on, but they don't massively show up. It's 25 plus years old now, this cab, but it still feels pretty modern. And we also must be careful about being caught out by the approach control at Crewe as well, because I've done a service before where approaching Crewe we had a few issues. It's nicely holding me speed limit here. Yeah, I know, it's strange, isn't it? And that's partly why they got all the upgrades in the last few years. It was kind of like a midlife upgrade in many ways. But yeah, they were sort of early 2000s. There was a while where, because the West Coast Main Line modernisation plan wasn't completed, that they actually used to operate not with the tilt on as well. Rugby took an age to do, and for an absolute long time as well, all the weekend services used to basically go via kind of from Stafford towards Birmingham, but used to go around the back and go through Walsall and Bescott, and then rejoined the main line at Coventry. I know, and unfortunately they're kind of the standard now, aren't they? The IETs. I think I mean, I've yet to travel on one, but I think Azza will tell you that the 805s and the 807s are a lot more comfortable than, say, the LNER ones. Yeah, they're not the most fastest acceleration wise, are they? That is something I have observed driving the Pendolino, and you compare that with an IET, and the IET wins absolutely hands down. Yeah, once it gets up in speed, that's for sure. Well, I think we might have a 90 on a southbound freight service as well there. It's lovely to see. And you'll see how long this thing is as well. Yeah, I've been first class on both actually. I don't know. I quite enjoyed it in a way, but I didn't find it too bad personally. And I thought I've never tried the GWR's service, but I know that they have like Pullman dining experience, don't they? Which I must try one day. I thought the LNER stuff for first class was all right. Yeah, I mean, I was okay with that, but I can see the difference there. I still get so cautious, but you can tell there, the one on the left is a red and that's a yellow, but there isn't that much difference. Yeah, I think I'm a bit behind schedule from what Josh was telling us earlier on, but no surprise there. Crewe is obviously still a huge burden on the game. Oh right, I didn't know that, Scooby. Yeah. Oh, that's 100% a red. Oh, didn't mean to press emergency. Oh, it signalled us in now. We're all right. That's annoying. That was the AWS, Andrew. So it literally is kind of a reminder to the driver that the signal is not green. Now it doesn't unlike, I mean, TPWS stops you from going through a red signal, but AWS doesn't, because once you've acknowledged the signal, then you've basically told the train that you're okay with it and you can proceed. And there is no difference between the sound of a single yellow or a double yellow and a red signal, so you've obviously still got to have your wits about you. Yeah, I do know that the yeah, it's certainly not, it's not a complimentary service, is it, the Pullman experience? Oh, right, crikey. I mean, stuff like that I just do not understand, because they go through rigorous testing. I mean, it's the same with the, well, it was even worse, but with the Boeing 737 MAX, when that came out, there was a fault with the system, and they should never, ever have been released into service. And the sad thing is, it caused them. We had 2 crashes before Boeing actually did anything about it. Right, okay, Dundee to Edinburgh. Yeah, food's all right. I mean, I've been all right with them, to be honest. But I think the thing for me is I've done Leeds to King's Cross. Okay, the last time I did it, I was at a 91, which I really enjoyed. But yeah, it's not bad. So the LNER food service is, yeah, as you say, pretty good. Well, enjoy anyway. It's never a displeasure to go to York. You should only have 2 or 3 vertebrae out of place after that trip to London and we're near a chiropractor. I like it. Yeah, and I mean, it's, you know, the people that were responsible for that should be done for corporate manslaughter at Boeing. I don't know how they've been allowed to get away with it and carry on building planes. Well, that was tremendous fun. We're on the outside platform 11, so yeah, I really enjoyed that. And we'll let another driver carry on the journey to carry on up to Preston, Carlisle, and then on to Glasgow. Ah, brilliant. Yeah, no, that's always worth it. It's lovely to have. It's a good few years. Last time I went to York, I was going to go to the National Railway Museum, and realised it's a Monday. It's the one day of the week it doesn't open. I think I'm right in saying. Don't know if that's still the case, but I've been a number of times, but I don't know. How long is it since the last went? Possibly 10, 15 years, I think. We've got... That must be a Manchester service coming in. Lined up and shot. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. You know, on a serious note, yeah, it's. I think it's diabolical. And I think this one, this is a flowing silt one as well, isn't it? Because a lot of them were unbranded at this time. And then we've got a 350 there, and that's probably loaded use. And there's a 323 that's going to be going off to Manchester Piccadilly, and then on to Liverpool Lime Street. So that's going to take the outside platforms. But yeah, if only to see Mallard at the National Railway Museum. But there's so much to see. Well, that was tremendous fun. Really enjoyed that. So we're off to Wolverhampton next. But before we get there, just a quick, it's only a couple of minutes where I've just recorded, I don't know, I think in reality it was something like 15-20 minutes at Wolverhampton, but just to show how busy it is. Good evening, Andrew. Hope you're well. Yeah, glad as ever that you could join us. Yeah, no worries at all, Josh. Tell you what, in that case then, I'm gonna I'll do the advert first, and then I'll pop the video in a sec. Yeah, I'm great, thanks, Andrew. Yeah, that's good to know. Yeah, usually, Andrew. Yeah, usually that's how these things work. Because, you know, at the end of the day, most freight trains run a lot slower as well as anything else. So it's pathing more than anything. So let's have a quick look at just a couple of minutes at Wolverhampton. Might have thought you'd say that, Pete. I like that. Do we really have to hang around in Wolverhampton? Well, there was no. We've not lost any car tyres or any money, or no criminal activity has gone on, so we're okay. But yeah, you're right, Andrew. Yeah, of course, this was the very end of the Virgin Trains franchise in 2019. So you had that transition with the Pendolinos, where a lot of them were running around with absolutely zero livery at all. Yeah, a lot of people call them like ghost train livery. Did I visit the shortbread land of Crewe? Yes, indeed. Yeah, we were. And we're going to do, a bit later on, after the next service, we'll do a Crewe to Stafford as well, and the rail tour in a class 87. But next up is we're going to do. We're back at Wolverhampton just for the pleasure of Pete. We're going to do a 170 working, which has come from Shrewsbury, but Wolverhampton to Birmingham New Street. Right, I think it's a cracking location, train-wise though, because it's there's so much going on. You got the bit of graffiti as well on the bridge. I'm sure you notice it. The AABS All Aboard Studios. Of course, there'll be much debate about what their next route's going to be as well. But we'll have to wait and see. How are we doing for time? Just checking as well. Yeah, we should be all right. So yeah, we'll do Crewe Birmingham, and then we've got the rail tour from Crewe to Stafford. But there's much more to explore on this amazing timetable. And whilst I'm thinking, because I'll probably forget later on, but here we are. This is it. OTS Birmingham to Crewe Winter 2019. So not quite available yet. What have we got? 654 services. I hope I've got everything layered in. So that's ranging from the Virgin Trains Pendolino, the 150s, 158s. That's a very short operation. So too the 323. It's just the stuff in and around the station. The 170s. Plenty of 221 services, as you can see. You've got the say 323 is very short stuff as well. 350s, 87 on the rail tour stuff. You've got the 90s on Freightliner stuff. We've got the Flying Banana, and we've also got cross-country Voyager trains as well. So next up is 1 Golf 05. So this is Shrewsbury to Birmingham New Street. So just about 20 odd minutes to get us into New Street from Wolverhampton. And I've also got another pre-recorded video as well, where just showing you a Class 90 leaving. You can just see how busy Crewe Basford Hall is as well, but I think it's a delight. All right, journey in your own time, Glasgow Queen Street to Mallaig. Is that? Do you mean is that one of yours in real life, or is that train simulator related? But yeah, I'd be interested to have a look at that. It matters to me not a jot whether there's adverts or not. Don't mind. I can't really complain about adverts, can I? Day running.
Terminates here.
That's good to hear as well. We're getting terminates here announcements as well for the first time. I think, having introduced the announcements stations a year ago, they finally implemented it. Dovetail Games. I need a new chair, mate. It's literally packing up. So we're due off in about 20 odd seconds. Yeah, absolutely. That's the way to go. Ah, here's the train that's coming in that's terminating into the bay platform.
The next train to arrive at platform 5 terminates here.
Well, there's one person who's gone off. I still don't understand what's going on with passengers in this game. If there's one thing I would love to see fixed by DTG, it's the passengers. There we go, there's another ghost like Pendolino coming the other way. I think that's one of the junctions that goes off and avoids Birmingham New Street. Ah, right, Train Spotter Tony. Gonna do it next year. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I've done it. Where was it from? No, I haven't done it from Mallaig. I've done from Fort William anyway. I have done Fort William to Mallaig. We went camping very close to Mallaig. Ooh, cracky! That was 2004 because it was the the Olympics had just started in Greece, in Athens. So yeah, we stopped at a place called, and I know I'm absolutely butchering the pronunciation because I've got no idea how you're supposed to pronounce it, but we always called it Arisage, but I'm sure that's not right at all. I only got off a train in Wolverhampton once. I rejected the BMW M4 I had been sent there to appraise and purchase, then got on a train at Wolverhampton for the first time, went home. Yeah, so we did the Fort William to Mallaig with a 156, but I've never done the Jacobite, unfortunately. And I've also done twice the Euston to Fort William sleeper. Oh, it really is, yeah. I've been to both the West Highlands and the Highlands on the east side as well, but the West Highlands are just absolutely beyond beautiful. Quite ironic, really, that we ended up with a West Highland White Terrier. Again, we mustn't forget that we're stopping at Samwell and Dudley doing this southbound route as well. So even the Fort William to Glasgow Central, having been on the sleeper, takes forever, but it's lovely. Yeah, we've got that in Train Sim Classic, and it is so beautiful. But it's quite painful to drive it on Train Sim Classic in some ways because it is so slow at times. But it is lovely. But you know, the moment you go past the Glenfinnan viaducts, then you know that you're doing something special. Yeah, don't lie. No, I don't agree with you there, Pete. It's lovely, the sleeper. The thing is, if you do the return journey, then you'll do it in the daytime anyway. There's something quite magical about thinking that you're going to sleep on a train. You have a nice meal and a nice breakfast in the morning. You still get to see some of the lovely scenery if you're going northbound in the morning. So I absolutely thoroughly enjoyed it. I'd do it again at the blink of an eye. Yeah, that's what I said, didn't I? I meant, if I said Central, I meant Queen Street, yeah. Yeah, the Deer Stalker Express. Hello, Rail Runner Philip. Hope you're well. And good evening, H, Steam, and Diesel Trains. Yeah, thanks for joining us. Hope you're well. It's a 170. I think it's all the days of reading things like Murder on the Orient Express, but you know, I kind of feel as though there's a charm about being on a sleeper train. It's just so exciting leaving Euston, knowing that you'll wake up in the morning and arrive in the Scottish Highlands. Yeah, brilliant, thanks. There's Dudley Port. I think the ironic thing about Sandwell and Dudley is it's not really a place, it's just the name of the council, but it's kind of, the idea is putting a sort of a mainline-ish type of station, you know, in the district. I mean, I do agree with you, Pete, that they are expensive, but I think you can kind of get you know, decent deals, I think, on it with a lot of planning, really. Been a bit too braking a bit too sharply there for the signals, but we're all right. So yeah, so as always say, thank you very much for everybody watching, and if you are enjoying it and you haven't done so before, if you consider liking and subscribing, it'd be tremendously appreciated. Well, I think it has changed, to be honest with you. I think the food was actually quite nice that I had, and the one good thing about the if you're travelling solo, then you don't have to be facing anybody anymore in the new Mark 5 club cars, as I think they're called. So actually, you can just sit facing the window, which is fine. I didn't bump into Kirsty Walk. Apparently, she was a regular frequenter of the Caledonian Sleeper back in the days when she did Newsnight. I like that. So, like Ned Flunder, visit Dudley. Probably an atrocious attempt at the accent from me.
Platform 1 for the 0744 West Midlands Railway service to Birmingham New Street. Calling at Birmingham New Street only.
But bear in mind as well, the current ones now, you got the Mark 5, so they are probably a bit quieter than the Mark 3 ones. I mean, for me, there's nothing that's likely to more send me to sleep than being on a sleeper train. It's kind of the most comforting feeling I'd ever likely to experience. I think I preferred the Caledonian Sleeper than the going on the Night Riviera, because you do get a bit of a smell of diesel fumes on the Night Riviera, and okay, I know in the later stages of the journey you are diesel hauled.
One is the 0744 West Midlands Railway service to Birmingham New Street. Calling at Birmingham New Street only. Will passengers intending to travel on this service
Too late.
join the train now, as it is ready to leave. Platform 1 for the 0744 West Midlands Railway service to Birmingham New Street, which is ready to leave.
Yeah, no, it's. I mean, it's not obviously as wide, and I mean, actually, there are even bigger beds depending on what compartment you get on the Caledonian Sleeper now. But yeah, big enough for me. Yeah, I like a big bed as well, given the chance. But And you know, don't get me wrong, I prefer silence normally, but yeah, for me, sleeper train was very happy place. So I know we'll all be hankering after Josh doing more timetables after this, but I hope you managed to get some chance to have a bit of a rest having done this one. But no doubt there'll be other projects in line to come in the future. But this is already the third one that you've done after West Coast Main Line South and the Birmingham Cross City in this 2019 era. Well, there's two possibilities really. You know, sort of West Coast Main Line orientated anyway. Well, I'm loving the fact that you know, we're going to be able to do these journeys in just different eras, even a few years apart. But I'm pretty sure that, you know, whether you're watching this video now or people watching back, but they will be impressed with what they've seen. Absolutely. What I also say is, I hope you managed to, you know, give yourself a bit of a rest before you start on the next one. I just find it incredible. I mean, you know, talking to you in person as well. Just interesting to, you know, you talked about the logistical problem with some things, and sometimes it's game orientated as well, but trying to get trains to behave the way they should do. It's not, Andrew, to be honest. We've got neither the carriages nor the route at the moment. I mean, okay, you could do it on the West Coast Main Line. There are sleeper services on the Preston Carlisle modded timetable, but they're just using straightforward Mark 3s, which are reliveried at the moment. I've said before, I'd love to see the sleeper carriages brought into the game. Yeah, I'm not surprised about that, because it must be one of those things where I would imagine in some cases you've spent just a couple of nights thinking that doesn't work, that should work, and just getting everything to perform as it should do. But it's a sight to behold, it really is. Yeah, I would love to see that, Andrew. Yeah, we've got just reliveried Mark 3s at the moment on the Preston Carlisle mod, but sadly, they're just straightforward Mark 3s. I mean, I've said this before, but if we got genuine Mark 3 sleeper coaches, then they would be very, very useful. Because you could use them on all the routes on the Great Western. You could use them potentially on the East Coast Main Line for diversions. You could use them on the West Coast Main Line in all the various routes. By the way, how much of a difficulty was this part as well, getting the stuff to run into Birmingham New Street? Because we know that I mean, All Aboard Studios built the route, and they've had tremendous difficulty with stuff getting stuck. All right, cheers for the heads up, because you know what I'm like. I still remember coming in at Milton Keynes once into the Bay platform, and I didn't realise I was going to be doing it. I suppose that's one of the reasons why it's 10 miles an hour. I mean, I tried to run a little while back on West Coast Main Line South as well, and I was only doing it for test out the streaming. I think it was ahead of last week's stream, and there was loads of trains that were stuck on a conventional service, so it seems though All Aboard haven't quite got the hang of it yet. Oh, excellent. No, that's amazing in itself. I guess the point being that you are more experienced, dare I say, more accomplished on timetable building probably than the All Aboard Studios, and you know they're obviously learning with it. Right, gotcha. Yeah, minor alterations to suit this route, extend services to Stafford, things like that. I think this bit probably coming in, it's going to be bit stuttery here, I'm afraid, but that's just my old PC. That's no reflection on the timetable. I mean, it might not be. Again, it's not a. It's not a lovely location, but it's a fascinating station. Yeah, well, there is that, and I think that's the yeah, I think that's the bonus. I mean, I think obviously All Aboard are learning, and you know, the routes that they produced are brilliant, quite honestly. But I think the bonus you have is, I guess, that you haven't got to worry about producing a route that's or a timetable that is going to work on consoles. Ah, hello, Jet of Aviation and Rail. Hope you're well. I mean, it's stuff like this that I'm hoping that once I've got the new PC that it'll make a difference. I'd love to know somebody who's got an absolutely top-notch computer, what frame rates they're getting coming into New Street. And I'm not expecting it to be 60 frames a second, but yeah, brilliant. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're just showing off a new PC modded timetable that's been created by Josh, who's in the chat. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, come on. We need to get a bit further, please. Because all the train won't be in the platform. Yeah, and I guess it's possible that anybody could. Oh, I don't think it's going to let me do it, is it? Oh well. we'll have to stick with that then. Never mind. I don't think it's, you know, I suppose it'd be possible for even you without the restrictions of that you could break the timetable or break the game. Why can't you have mods on the Xbox? I think it just isn't possible, is it? That's the issue. Whereas on here we can go to Train Sim Community and we can download them. For the consoles, they just aren't a thing, unfortunately. Anyway, fantastic. Thoroughly enjoyed that. And we'll do a 87 rail tour to finish with. Yeah, I know, and it's you know, it's the constant debate and discussion that we always have, because of course it massively improves the game, and everybody that sees these brilliant timetable mods are absolutely really impressed with them, and all the other stuffs as well. It's not just the timetables, it's the sound mods and everything else. But it's the constant battle between the fact that the game is very much with the console market at mind, but then the consoles can't cope with what a PC could cope with. Now, before I load up the last scenario, I just want a quick look at, I'll show you a quick couple of minutes of a Class 90 that I recorded leaving Crewe Basford Hall earlier on, because you'll remember Crewe Basford Hall in the original route was really, really quiet. Well, this is the difference. And also look at the length of the 90 as well. And I think that, to me, you know, it kind of shows how magnificent it looks, just in terms of the length of the service, but also just how busy Basford Hall Yard actually looks, and no longer the deserted yard with one train looking rather isolated. So really, really good, really impressive, and looking forward to doing a proper freight run as well at some point. And I don't know whether you got the chance to see it, Josh, but just before we did the Wolverhampton to New Street 170, I did a quick video that I recorded earlier, just a couple of minutes of some movement in and around Wolverhampton as well. Yeah, exactly, Jeff, exactly. Oh, I don't know. It can be a bit random, can't it? I don't know. Some of these patches are either in or they're not, or there might be some branding patches that I haven't got installed. But I can't see why the DHL one wouldn't be in there, but I don't know. Right, anyway, let's load the game up for our final run. Yeah, excellent, Josh. And it was only, you know, it was only a quick couple of minutes, but I just kind of set the video looking at the bridge just outside Wolverhampton for 20 minutes, and just to marvel really at the amount of trains coming both ways into and out of the station, which I think is incredible. But, you know, needless to say, those length class 90 services, you don't get those on the other timetables that are on offer. We just don't get anything like that, so makes it doable. Yeah, strong old beast, those 66s. Work for me, Andrew. I'll be. I think Scooby might have a few days off. I think he was telling us yesterday. Hope you're going to enjoy your few days off, Scoob. And but I'll be up at 6:30 as usual, off to work. So looking forward to. I've got a couple of weeks off in August, so I've usually over the years I've been dead lucky with good weather, but I've kind of got this feeling because when I had my week off in June this year, the weather wasn't the best, and I'm wondering whether it's going to work out that way in August, but we'll see. I always say I don't massively mind. If I've got 2 weeks off from work, it can rain every day for 2 weeks, and I'd still probably enjoy it more than I will do work. Alright, so 87, and we've got two services, so Crewe to Norwich or Norwich to Crewe, so we'll take it from Crewe to Stafford, which presumably carries on down the Trent Valley. Right, okay, but I suspect you'll be in a little bit of heaven though, working on cars though, I'm guessing. Yeah, I think we all give the 66 a bit of flack because that's the kind of the train we feel as though, oh, not the 66 again, but they are tremendously utilised and hard-working machines. Up at 5 tomorrow, Pete. Wow, that's early. Yeah. I do know where Hinkley Point is. Yeah, we used to have a client who was doing some groundworks in the very early days. I remember me boss saying, "Look, I've got a photo here just to so that underwriters aren't worried, thinking, oh, he's working on a nuclear power station." Say, look, it's just some soil in a field at the moment, but that was years ago. Still love wandering through the through here. Used to get lost the first time I did this. It was like, where the heck is the cab again? All these corridors. Yeah, I'd imagine. Which I think it's kind of natural for people who love cars. I better get some doors open, actually, haven't we? Where are we? Headlights on, instrument panels on. Well, at least you can see those quite clearly. So we're on Royal Sovereign 87002. So I think that's one of the Locomotive Services Limited one, isn't it? So that's got the road ahead of us slightly. That Pendolino's on a northbound service. I'm guessing the 350 is not due off for a bit yet. But as ever, I mean, we were talking about priority with freight over passenger, or passenger over freight, but with rail tours, they are also a little bit of a step down as well. Quite hard to do this notching up from the outside view, because you're guessing a little bit. I love driving the old electrics though, and if there's one train I really enjoy driving, it's either the 86 or the 87. Everything down to the sounds, the clattering, it's just lovely. And again, it's you know, I've said this millions of times, but it's the sound of my childhood. I've got a suspicion that Voyager's got a bit of a head start. Oh, it'll be ham sandwiches for me, Andrew. Ah, no worries, Josh, yeah. Quite understandable. And of course, anybody else in the chat, if you've got any questions to ask Josh, then here he is. You know, fire ahead, I'm sure. Yeah, I think you haven't got grand memories of the 87, have you, Dom? I think it reminds you of your head-to-heads with Rachel over time. No cheese. Oh, we've still got a single yellow there, actually. So we've got to be slightly careful then. Mind you, we're crossing over, aren't we, over the points. Then we're going 25 mile an hour, so we could come a cropper yet. There you go. Well, there's the challenge for somebody. Needs doing. Needs to by somebody. Chewing, in fact, I've not, Andrew, to be honest. Now I'm going to concentrate a little bit here because we've got a red signal coming up. Oh, we're changed, we're okay. Oh, we might be able to do it without stopping. That's given me some satisfaction. Chicken and bacon, Ariete. Oh, I've probably made a mess of pronouncing that. Caesar pasta salad with rocket and parmesan. Yeah, there's I mean, I've said this again a million times before, but there's kind of a sweet spot really where there was a time when 345s operated out of Paddington, and it was before kind of the tunnel section was executed. So I mean, whether we're ever going to get a completely proper 345, I kind of doubt. I mean, it's the same with the Great Eastern Main Line, because if you kind of did it right, you could have a period just about where you've got flirts, you've got 90s, you've got 345s, and you've got 315s, and all operating out of Liverpool Street, probably about 2019, I would say. There isn't actually, Andrew. I think obviously locomotive services would have probably had a DVT on the back. What is it? My Lovely Horse from Father Ted, but of course we haven't got that in the game. Love that roar as well. That's something else. I mean, it could be a thing. You wouldn't be that surprised if TSW6 came along and we had the driver van trailer in the game for the first time. Yeah, absolutely. That's perfectly a perfectly acceptable compromise. And I've said it before, but I think it's never going to happen now. But there was it was about April time. There was a chap who's was allegedly on the verge of releasing his brand new Great Western Express timetable with Elizabeth line trains going off to Hayes and Harlington, but it never actually materialised. So I think we can kind of put that one down to being vaporware, I think. I'll kind of I mean, if we do get a DVT eventually, then I'm going to have to kind of get used to the idea of driving a DVT, and because I've always, with Train Sim Classic, my first reaction was kind of flip the formation the other way round and drive it from the loco. Ah, Bridgewater, right, okay. Yeah. Ah, okay. Well, that's fine though, Josh. It's yeah, it's just these little compromises. Yeah, well, you did that cracking little scenario with the 387. I did a video, didn't I, Scoop, with the 387, and then you got plenty of AI Elizabeth line trains on that. That was very enjoyable. Yeah, loving that roar now that they've added the rail singing, haven't they? I mean, I do keep meaning to think about trying to create a scenario, you know, doing that as an Elizabeth line train, but I haven't got round to it. So if we spot the neutral sections between here and Stafford, then of course we've got to observe it definitely with this train, because otherwise we're in a little bit of trouble. Yeah, it's not bad. There's kind of, you know, there's so much that could be done in the game, and so much I'd love to see, and you know, both in terms of what DTG do, what the modders create, and sometimes there's that much that comes out you actually then, well, I don't anyway, have the time to play it all. But the variety is the important thing. And I think I thought of this last summer, but I was planning on doing a Paddington to Paddington, maybe the other way round. I can't remember which now, but using sort of Train Sim World and Train Sim Classic, and but I must get round to doing that at some point. It feels like a kind of a nice summertime thing to do. I'm still not totally up to full power, actually. Just realised. Come on, that's it. I'm going to disconnect your horns if you don't stop showing off. Yeah, absolutely. I love that rail singing thing, because the thing about the old electrics is long before you could actually see the train in the distance, you heard that sort of you know, in the background, and also the pantograph making contact with the wire, so you heard it from some distance off. I mean, have you spotted anything, Josh, that you've seen so far that you kind of think I suppose there's probably a million and one things that you probably think that needs slightly amending, but yeah, I couldn't quite do it, to be honest. The throat gets a bit dry by this time in the evening. But again, you just don't hear that sound anymore. You really don't. And approaching an electric train at speed was lovely to listen to. But are there any, like, you know, sort of fundamentals, things that you... I mean, it's looking really good to me, but I'm sure there's probably a few tweaks here and there that you're kind of trying to get just right. Yes. Ah, brilliant. Well, that's good to know. I guess the theory is, it's probably slightly easier each time you release a new timetable, because you've kind of worked out the pitfalls. Yeah, absolutely. And again, it just belongs to that slightly more old school sound. I mean, I don't remember, it's before my time really, but I don't remember the sound, what it must have been like, I don't know, standing at somewhere like Grantham or somewhere like Hornsey, but to hear the sound of a Deltic coming through was obviously quite different than anything else that had been done before. Oh yeah, I can imagine it. And it's not just kind of the real life quirks, it's the little things in the games, I would imagine, and the portals and things that stop you from doing exactly what you're trying to do. But it all ends up as an amazing result. So I know 100% that, I mean, I don't know, you know, what exactly we'll do next week, but I think I can see a sort of a Voyager service on this route, and definitely a freight one as well. Yeah, well, not that long ago, a daily occurrence. Was that one of the kind of flying banana things? Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? How you know, these things can be straightforward, well, relatively straightforward on one route, but more complicated on another. I mean, I remember being just so excited when they announced that it was Crewe Birmingham. I mean, I'd have been even more excited if they put the bit in via Stoke, but even so. Yeah, you see, it's kind of slightly before my time, really, and also not like living on the East Coast side of things, so seeing trains on the East Coast is always a semi-occasional treat for me. And I think belongs in the category of, again, a much requested train, but we'll see whether that comes to fruition at some point. The Deltic and the 91 as well. I mean, if the kind of the Northern Trains route that I think is coming out, I can't see why the 91 couldn't be a possible addition to that, but again, it's all sort of baseless speculation in many ways. Some will know, but you know, obviously we'll have to wait for the official announcements. We're gonna be about to overtake a freight train here. This will be fun. Of course, we are okay for 110, being with the 87 and it being Mark 3 stop. Oh, very much so, yeah, very much so. I mean, they could still get away with doing the 91 even with what we have now. So I've kind of got the semi-hope, and you know, I could be, obviously, I'm usually wildly wrong with my speculations. Brilliant, Josh, yeah. And that's the beauty of it. I think it's amazing to see because, you know, being on a train is... I know I've said it a million times, but this is what makes Train Sim World stand out, because you can have plenty of fun with one scenario on Train Sim Classic, but just having 24 hours to work from, hundreds and hundreds of services, it's just an absolute pleasure. I'm trying to make sure we get to the 25 before we hit the platforms. I've managed it, I think. Oh, a cross-country Voyager coming out this time. This is the Stafford I remember from the 80s with electrics, the old electrics coming through. Yeah, very much so, Josh, very much so. Oh, don't go past the bloody signal. Oh, got through that by the skin of my teeth. And also, look what's coming in as well. Oh, direct rail services one. Oh, I know what it is. Oh. It was close. We'll see how close in a minute. Hang on. Oh, I see. Oh, wait a minute then. Right, see how close we were to that signal. Okay. Oh, there we are. Oh, I love that. The old Lesco and Tesco. Right, so service to Norwich is continuing. Although it's in the safer hands of the AI driver now. He's heading off down the Trent Valley. Just another... Oh, wait a minute. Crikey, freight heaven going on here. And he's being held by the signal. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do remember being at Stafford and seeing... Oh, I love the sound of the brakes being released on the Freightliner as well. It's just totally different than a passenger service. Right, yeah, to have the plane. Well, that's fair enough. And to be fair, though, there are, you know, natural changeover points where drivers will change as well, I guess. I don't know if that's usually at the depots, but it can happen. Still nice though. I quite like to hear the sound of the brakes being released and the these noisy Freightliners going away. I mean, you could quite honestly just probably sit here now for again 15-20 minutes and there'll be something going on all of the time. It's absolutely great to see. So briefly for the moment, Stafford is now a bit of peace and quiet going on. Glad to see all this bit around here as well being done properly, because on the Alan Thompson route for Train Sim Classic, it was kind of they didn't bother with any park stuff over there, but this looks so real. So there we go. So, yeah, very much enjoyed that. Thank you very much, Josh, for allowing us some early access. And also have a look out for the Train Sim TV streams and videos as well that Tom has done on this route. And hopefully, in a not massively too distant future, if you're a PC user, then you'll get your hands on this timetable as well. And but yeah, needless to say, another masterpiece, Josh, and absolutely brilliant. And it's lovely to just play it, I think, and play it, stream it, and everybody can see just how good it is. But I'm sure I'm not alone in thinking that they'll be amazed and enjoy it. I think it's such a busy route as well, Crewe to Birmingham New Street, and arguably, and Asa might not agree with me, but of course he's not watching now, but I think arguably it's more interesting in some ways than Trent Valley, because that section, particularly between Stafford and Birmingham, is really fascinating. So thank you very much for watching, everybody. Hope you all have a good week, and yeah, night, Pete. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, really enjoyed it as ever. I think it made it as well, having something new to look at, and always makes me feel more enthusiastic, because sometimes you're doing older route stuff you've done a million times before, and it's not quite so easy to put the energy into it. But yeah, really enjoyed it as ever. Enjoyed the chat, everybody. Thank you very much. Just one last time to say, if you've not done it before, if you'd consider liking and subscribing, would be tremendously appreciated. I've got plenty of plans for recording videos. Just need to actually get round to recording them. But there we go. So thank you very much. And we'll certainly be back next Sunday at 5 PM as per usual. That'll be the next live stream, and it won't, Andrew, unfortunately. As we've said before, the timetable mod's just totally and utterly PC only, I'm afraid. Yeah, cheers, Brian. Thank you very much. Yeah, have a good week, everybody. Yeah, indeed. And yeah, there we go. So see you next Sunday, and until next time, from Powerflower Trains and Planes, for now, it is good night.